Welcome and thank you for participating in today's meeting for the South Coast Air Quality Management District. If attending in person, please do not connect to Zoom or teleconference while in the room. To prevent disruptions, please silence all devices. All participants on Zoom, except for board members and South Coast AQMD staff, will be placed on mute. You will not be able to mute or unmute your line manually. After each item, public comment will be taken. If you are participating in person and wish to comment, please use the iPads which are located in the lobby if the meeting is in the auditorium. For meetings in other locations, please complete a blue speaker card and provide the card to a South Coast AQMD employee. Information on how to participate in the meeting in Spanish using a telephone will be provided at the end of these housekeeping remarks. Speakers may be limited to a total of 3 minutes or less for all items on the agenda. The amount of time to comment may be shortened to ensure all speakers can be heard. A countdown timer will be displayed on the screen for each public comment. If interpretation is needed, more time will be allotted. For questions or issues related to making public comment, please call the public advisor at 909-396-3247. That's 909-396-3247. In terms of decorum, if this meeting is taking place in the auditorium, no food or beverages are allowed in the auditorium. In accordance with state and local public health department guidelines, people may choose to wear a mask based on personal preference while in South Coast AQMD facilities. Please adhere to the speaker time limit and treat others with courtesy, civility, and respect. Failure to do so can result in your mic being muted or you being removed from the meeting. Lastly, be aware that this meeting is being recorded. By participating, you agree to authorize recording of audio and visual content presented during the live event and consent to subsequent use of the recording in the public domain by South Coast AQMD.
Buenos días. Gracias por participar en nuestra reunión híbrida del directorio de South Coast AQMD. Tenemos 3 formatos de participación: en persona, Zoom y conferencia telefónica. Los asistentes en persona no deben conectarse a la aplicación Zoom ni a la conferencia telefónica mientras estén en el auditorio. Por favor, silencie sus dispositivos de comunicación para evitar interrupciones durante la reunión. Todos los participantes en Zoom, excepto los miembros del directorio y el personal de South Coast AQMD, serán puestos en silencio. Usted no podrá silenciar o activar su línea manualmente. Esta reunión se está traduciendo al español. Para ver o escuchar esta reunión en el idioma de su preferencia, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla denominado Interpretación. A partir de ahí, seleccione el idioma que prefiera. Después de seleccionar su idioma, si escucha ambos idiomas al mismo tiempo, haga clic en el Mute Original Audio. Para los participantes por conferencia telefónica, si desean escuchar la reunión en español, por favor llamen al 669-900-6833 e introduzca el número de identificación 932-09-55-9643. Esta información también está publicada en el calendario electrónico. Después de cada punto de la agenda, el presidente del directorio anunciará el periodo de comentarios públicos. Al hacer su comentario, por favor trate de mantener una cadencia de habla para ayudar a nuestros intérpretes a traducir simultáneamente. Los participantes en persona, por favor utilicen un iPad en la zona del vestíbulo para presentar su solicitud de comentario público. Su nombre será llamado cuando sea su turno para hablar. Para los que están en Zoom, por favor hagan clic en el botón Raise Hand si quieren hacer un comentario público. Para los participantes por conferencia telefónica, pueden marcar *9 para indicar que desean hacer comentarios. Su nombre o parte de su número de teléfono será llamado cuando sea su turno de comentar y automáticamente se abrirá la línea. Los comentarios públicos estarán limitados a un total de 3 minutos durante las partes de la agenda que se denominan calendario de consentimiento y calendario del directorio. A la vez, 3 minutos o menos para los demás puntos de la agenda. Con el fin de que todos tengan la oportunidad de ser escuchados, el presidente puede establecer un tiempo más corto. En la pantalla se mostrará un reloj atrás de cada comentario del público. Si necesita interpretación, se asignará más tiempo. Si tiene preguntas sobre comentarios públicos, por favor llame a la Secretaría del Directorio al 909-396-2500. Tenga en cuenta que puede colgar o abandonar la reunión de Zoom en cualquier momento. Se recomienda el uso de mascarillas, pero no es obligatorio para los participantes en persona. No se permite la entrada de alimentos o bebidas en el auditorio. Por favor, respete el límite de tiempo para hablar y trate a los demás con cortesía, civismo y respeto. Si no lo hace, su micrófono puede ser silenciado o usted puede ser retirado de la reunión. Por último, tenga en cuenta que esta reunión está siendo grabada. Al participar en esta reunión organizada por South Coast AQMD, usted está de acuerdo en autorizar la grabación de los contenidos audiovisuales presentados durante el evento en vivo y consiente el uso posterior de la grabación en el dominio público por parte de South Coast AQMD.
Welcome, everybody. It's our first board meeting of 2024. I'm excited for a good year for all of us. Supervisor Perez, can you lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
For sure, Madam Chair. Happy New Year, everyone, as well. And please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Please rise. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Locke Dawson,
Here.
Supervisor Doe,
Here.
Supervisor Hagman is absent. Board Member Krakoff,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCallan,
Here.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Present.
Board Member Padilla Campos,
Here.
Supervisor Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Rahman. Councilmember Rodriguez,
Here.
Mayor Solache,
Present.
Vice Chair Cacchiotti,
Here.
and Chair Delgado.
And I'm here.
We have a quorum.
All right. With that, do we have any opening comments from our esteemed director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. First, for the board members' awareness, we will be doing all votes orally today. Unfortunately, we have some technical issues, so there need to be oral votes. Second, just as a note, the swearing in of you, Madam Chair, is both for your reappointment from the Senate Rules Committee as well as Chair of the Governing Board. Also wanted to note that the 34th Annual Clean Air Awards will be held on Friday, April 15th at the Pacific Palms Hotel in the City of Industry. Nominations can be submitted on our website and they're due January 19th. We have several categories that are open. I'm not going to go into all of those since they're all on the website, but certainly urge people to consider those items as they think of who's deserving of those very prestigious awards. The second and last item that I wanted to note is that we are recommending to pull agenda item number 16 from the board agenda. That is the 4-year labor agreement with the Professional Employees Association. The Professional Employees Association did not vote to approve that, and I'm sure there will be a lot of discussion on that later today. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. I know we have comments from our vice chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have one photo during the holidays. I was able to attend a holiday celebration at the office of Supervisor Kurt Hagman, beautiful city of Chino Hills. Actually, Executive Officer Wayne Astor and myself attended. There's one of our great employees, and that's Todd Warden, doing a little demonstration right there. Background's the party at Mr. Supervisor Hagman's office next. And there's a little, it's got, Todd, there it is. This is what we do at many of our functions. So even at the parties and celebrations, we set up little booths and share information to really try to influence the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other board member comments? Okay, don't see any. With that, we're going to take all the swearing in items together, just in the interest of time and trying to be respectful to the calendar. But we're going to go ahead and still celebrate it by coming up into the front. So that's for the swearing in of the chair, vice chair, reappointed board members, myself, Mayor McKellen, and Councilmember Rodriguez. All right. Yeah. Yeah. There's no. All right.
Are we doing them all together?
Yes.
Are we gonna do them all together?
Yes.
All right. So I'll just rely on you all to say your names.
Yeah.
I state your name. During such times as I hold the above office,
During such times as I hold the above office,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
and I bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you. All right. So every year, we take the time to honor our long-term employees, those who have reached significant milestones in their AQMD careers. I understand we have a presentation, so let's take a moment to recognize those who have served this agency and its mission with their hard work and dedication.
It is my pleasure to announce the names of those employees who reached major milestones in their career during 2023. Introducing employees achieving 20 years of service. Deborah Ashby, Aaron Katzenstein, James Koizumi, Catherine Rodriguez, and Arlene Saria. Introducing employees achieving 25 years of service. Zin Chen, Lisa Krebs, Eric Martinez, and Michelle White. Introducing employees achieving 35 years of service. Penny Cedillo, Devorlin Celestine, Rosalinda Diaz, Raul Dominguez, Javier Enriquez, Haram Fong, David Hawk, Saad Karam, Tuyetli Pham, Eduardo Tung, and Connie Yee. Please join me in a round of applause for all of these dedicated employees.
That's amazing. You rarely see that level of dedication to an agency. Thank you so much for your countless hard work. All right. With that, we go to general public comment. And I'll turn it over to the Vice Chair to lead us through that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got a number of people, looks like about 15 or so signed up for public comment. And is it 3 minutes?
I think if it stays out, yeah.
Okay. Let's try to hold two. We've got a lot of items today. So let's get to the first one. We've got a Dr. Gengam Eng. Dr. Eng, go ahead, 3 minutes. Oh, public comment? Okay, that's fine. You can come back. Yep. Next is Trish Carpenter. Welcome, Trish. And next, we can let you know, next is Ariel Soltani. After that is Bettina Burley Sanchez. So be ready to come up or get ready in line.
So Chair and Vice Chair, everyone, I suspect these are folks that are going to comment on what would have been item 16, but that has been pulled. So I think it's fine for them to address the board now.
It's okay. Thanks. Trish, go ahead. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, how's that? There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Tris Carpenter, and I'm a labor consultant for the Professional Employees Association. On December 14th, management presented a new and improved offer to us. In terms of the cost of living increases, was identical to the offer that was offered to and accepted by the two Teamster units, which you'll be voting on today, agenda item 15. However, management's offer continued to perpetuate the disparity between the PEA and the Teamsters in terms of step increases in health insurance contributions. PEA countered that proposal with one that would cure those disparities and bring PEA into line with some other improvements that were in the Teamster offer. Very reasonable counteroffer, one I thought that management would snap up. Instead, management rejected the offer and suggested that we bring the offer to a vote. PEA leadership took the offer without a recommendation to the membership. 97% of the 350 PEA members voted. Over 72% rejected that offer. So at this point, we have no negotiation dates on the table, no deal, and we're still working on this. Over the last couple of days, however, things have really started to get kind of unhinged. Item number 15 is primarily about the Teamster MOUs, and I hope that you approve those. But if you take a look at the last 10 pages of that item, which involve the increases for the top executives here, I think you'll be astounded. I certainly was. The proposed 2024 pay increase, and I'm not talking benefits or deferred comp or matching or anything like that. Just the pay increase for the CEO for 2024 is 25%. For the general counsel, it's 35.4%. Over the term of the contract, the increase, again, just in the pay, will be for the CEO will be 43% and the general counsel will be 56%. I know nothing about either of these individuals. They may be great guys. They may be really effective at what they do. I've been a consultant working with this group since July. But your workforce has been fighting since July to try to get some sort of reasonable increase on the table. It's taken them 6 months to finally get this group up to 6%. And now you're going to give these two people a huge increase? It's incredibly tone deaf. We've been told over and over at the table that whenever we make a proposal that has some significant money attached to it, there's a budgetary issue. It's clear that you've got money. It's just not for the people to do the actual work. The Board of Governors needs to stop this. It's time for you to instruct your management negotiators to make an offer that recognizes the sacrifices and the hard work that these professionals have put into this agency. It's time for you to put a stop to this game of playing PEA and the Teamsters against the Teamsters and kill this disparity once and for all. There is a storm coming. You see these people here, they've had enough. They don't want to be treated this way anymore, and they won't take it. They damn well shouldn't.
Thank you. Ariel, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
I have proudly served the South Coast AQMD for more than 9 years, and in the past as a union board member. My father served for more than 30 years, and my grandfather served for more than 40. I must really love this place because I'm here on my day off. But to be honest, it's not really my day off. When you're a parent, you don't get days off anymore, do you? I'm on daddy duty with my son Oliver and daughter Lily. They're here today to say hello to an old friend, Ms. Gina, over at the on-site preschool, one of the many amenities this governing board had the foresight to invest in many years ago to attract and retain talented staff. I'm here to speak on ongoing contract negotiations. Professionals overwhelmingly voted to reject the most recent offer by management, with nearly 3 in 4 saying no, despite the union board staying neutral. And before we learn that the executive officer and general counsel are seeking pay increases of 43% and 56% respectively. In my experience, when I ask one of my fellow professionals their opinion on something, between the two of us, we get 3 opinions. So 3 out of 4 saying no is a very strong message from this union. Each member voted their conscience. Personally, I have concerns about a 4-year contract and a 2-year increase in the last year. Without annual COLA, we are being expected to forecast inflation up to the year 2028. If we knew what inflation would be by the time the Olympics come back to LA, we'd be working for the Federal Reserve, not in air quality. And if we are locked in for 4 years, it should at least ensure the work-life balance we currently enjoy and at least have the same benefits as other bargaining units, the Teamsters. Sadly, it does not. Telework is not guaranteed, and there is even talk it may be rolled back. Since the pandemic, telework decisions were left to the deputy executives, and they have done a fantastic job. I have seen firsthand DEOs and ADEOs open their wallets, paying for lunches, mini golf outings, holiday parties, and bowling trips, doing everything they can to boost morale despite a vacancy rate that touched 20%. Who better than them to decide how to run their divisions and to decide telework? The current telework policy we enjoy should be in the contract. And when it comes to benefits, why does my family get? Why do Oliver and Lily get $81 less for their health care than a Teamster family? If I choose to pursue an advanced degree and improve myself and benefit the district, why do I receive $4,000 less? And if a professional wants to stay more than 5 years, why does it make sense for those later step increases to be worth less than a Teamster? Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand. It is time to heal old wounds and end needless differences." Another wise man once said, "The agency has a pretty healthy balance. Certainly that balance is here for tough times, and it is careful to treat it like the treasure that it is." It is time once again for this governing board to show wisdom and invest in our human capital to boost morale and retain talented staff so professionals can concentrate on the important work cleaning the air and we all breathe at the place we all love. It's time to stop the bleed at the South.
Thank you, Ariel. After Bettina, we have Brian Vlasic and Kevin Katz, if they can get in line. Thank you. Go ahead, Bettina.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Bettina Burley Sanchez. I'm the current president of the South Coast Professional Employees Association. I'm here to talk about the fair treatment of employees here at AQMD. The Professional Employees Association includes chemists, engineers, specialists, meteorologists, and associated supervisors, and a librarian when we have one. You might remember me from December's governing board meeting, where I gave public comment. Now, as much as I really do enjoy all of your company, I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to come back and talk to you today, but here I am. And after last month's governing board meeting, as Tris explained, a better contract offer was brought to us. But it was not until after a similar offer was brought to the Teamsters, and similar in that it included many of the same sections and changes and compensations, but the values for the step increases, health insurance stipend, hazard pay, tuition reimbursement, I'll stop there, we're still below the Teamsters amounts, and therefore below every other employee at the district. Why? The Teamsters ratified their contract with a 1-hour in-person voting period, while in the contract, the lowest paid of Teamsters, the integrally important position of office assistant at step 1 will still be paid less than minimum wage for fast food workers, even while the executive officers proposed 2024 salary increase over $78,000, which is at the end of item number 15, the last few pages, if you're having trouble finding it. That will be 2 times that of the same office assistant's annual salary. This offer was not good enough for the negotiating team for PEA, but management demanded that we take it to our members for a vote. So we did that, and we paid for that out of our own pockets for a reputable online voting service to ensure the integrity of our vote. 97% of our members were able to vote on this contract, and 72% of them voted to reject it. Why? Because our members know that the contract management is currently offering will not make enough of a difference for them. After learning about the exorbitant 25% base salary increase proposed for our executive officer and 35% base salary increase for our general counsel for 2024, our membership knows now for sure that they did exactly the right thing by rejecting this contract. I urge you to instruct management to come back to the negotiating table with a contract that more reasonably compensates our members. We're looking forward to getting this settled equitably. We would love to see more of those.
Thank you. Brian, go ahead next. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the governing board. My name is Brian Vlasic, and I'm a 24-year employee of the district here and also the vice president of the SCPA. I'm currently working as an air quality specialist in the monitoring and analysis division. And unfortunately, due to the negotiations, a lot of my time as of late has been spent in these negotiations. Now, this is my first term as vice president or even serving in any capacity on the negotiations team or in the union. And it's a pretty surprising process for me to see that we take time away from our main duties and the talents that we bring to this district to talk about things like work boot compensation or bereavement time. I thought negotiations were about compensation and talking about problems that the district faces, but I can tell you that a lot of the time we spend in the negotiating room has been just wasting a lot of time. I'm not faulting anybody. I'm just speaking to my observation. This is just kind of how the process works. But, we brought a counteroffer to the table considering economics to the people on the other side pretty early in the process. I would say probably July or so. And we didn't talk about it much until about December. So it was surprising that December 14th, when management came with an actual offer talking about specific numbers, we were offered a 4-year contract, which was not something that we requested. Our initial offer was 13.3% across the board. We thought that was a fair number to propose because neighboring similar agencies are offering a similar range for equivalent positions. So, you know, when this came down to it, we felt that this was a deal that, you know, might be worth considering, and we were inclined to take that to our membership to consider. But as we dug into it, we saw a lot of the disparities between our deal and the Teamsters, and we requested to have those remedied. Those were summarily denied, and you know, we were asked to present it to our membership, as was indicated by other testimonies. And as you can tell, it was resoundingly rejected. So I think everybody knows the number that it's going to take to get it done. You know, I'll point out that our membership is currently hurting because our raise has not been kicked into effect. So, you know, I think that we're betting on ourselves. We know the talent that we bring to the district, and we hope that we can get a deal done. You know, we don't want to fight with anybody. We want to get back to work. I don't want to spend my days in negotiating sessions. I want to get back to work. And, you know, I imagine a lot of our people want to do the same. So thank you for listening to everybody. I hope you'll consider a better deal for us.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Brian. After Kevin, we have Ben Blackburn and Julia Gomez. Can you please get up in line? Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Governing Board. My name is Kevin Katz. I'm an Assistant Air Quality Engineer in the Engineering and Permitting Division. I'm here to tell you a short story that I hope helps illustrate the obstacles that are hindering this agency from effectively tackling the issues it faces. I've been working at the South Coast AQMD for just over a year now. I was brought in during a period of aggressive hiring that aimed to onboard the future of this agency's staff. However, my training cohort isn't as large as it once was. I'll give you a specific example. A couple months after I started, this agency hired another recent college grad who I knew from my time at university. He was a brilliant student and a quick learner. I happened to overhear two of my coworkers discussing that we had hired him, and I made a point of emphasizing what a good hire he was. But a few months later, I heard that he would be resigning for greener pastures. Sadly, this has become a disturbing pattern. And while my division's excellent leadership ensured that he received an exit interview, all of us already knew why he was leaving: our agency's lack of competitive compensation. So, what's keeping the other bright minds at this agency from walking out the door? Most would probably say it's the people. I have the pleasure of working with some of the most dedicated, knowledgeable, and effective air quality professionals in the world. I am especially thankful for my coworkers that have been working here for years, as we saw earlier. They've literally taught me everything I know. But eventually, those individuals will begin their well-deserved retirements. And I know that without significant changes to compensation, the agency will find it impossible to recruit and retain the talented individuals that will take up their mantle. I'll leave you with this. I enjoy listening to the governing board meetings. While I'm working, I listen to them in the background. It seems to me that not a meeting goes by where I don't listen to members of the governing board and the public thank staff for their hard work on rule development for an ISR, on compliance action at an ETO sterilizer, or reclaim landing rule permitting. I promise you, the biggest thanks that you can give us is advocating for us to receive a fair deal so we can continue to love what we do and where we do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Welcome, Ben.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Ben Blackburn. I was hired here at South Coast AQMD a little over a year ago as an engineer. I'd also always been interested in environmentally focused fields during my education, but I had always figured I would end up in the private sector in clean energy or in an infrastructure project. I took a CAP course on air pollution during my senior year in 2022, and I was instantly inspired by what I learned. I heard firsthand about the district when an engineer who worked here came to give a lecture on the goals and duties of the agency. So when I heard there were engineer positions open when I graduated, I jumped at the opportunity, and I was over the moon when I got hired. I told all my friends and family with pride, and I still do, that I work here. My parents told me stories of what the smog looked like in the 80s when they first moved here, and that the building on the hill where I was about to start working was the agency responsible for cleaning it. That filled me with pride in turn, knowing I was joining an agency with such a legacy. I am devoted to the goals and missions of this district. I believe in the work we do, and I love what I do. I've made friends throughout the district and grown to admire many of my colleagues. I do not want to continue to see them whittled away as I stay here. I've already seen people from across the district, including from my own team, leave in a year alone. Nearly half of our engineers have been in their positions for less than 2 years. It makes me question if this is where I should stay to grow my career, when so many have already chosen not to do so. From referencing the salary schedule from March 2010 to November 2023, an assistant engineer at Step 1 has lost nearly $20,000 in buying power due to inflation and wage stagnation. A lump 15% raise today would not equal what my position earned a decade ago, let alone spread over 4 years from now in this current deal. Meanwhile, 2 executives will be getting a 35% and 25% lump sum increase, with a 55% and 45% increase over 4 years. We as the working body need a greater increase in order to provide basic necessities and afford basic necessities. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. After Julia Plain can come up, and also Nishna Krishna Merthy. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Julia Gomez. I am an engineer and member of the South Coast Professional Employees Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The governing board has had several discussions regarding the vacancy rate. I have heard board members suggest that we increase outreach at universities as a means of attracting qualified employees. I would like you to consider that it is not a problem of outreach, and qualified employees do already work here. Imagine that all of the qualified engineers, chemists, specialists, etc., who you requested the staff to engage with at universities did apply and got hired. Imagine that in their first week, when they were introduced to their new colleagues in a meeting, instead of receiving a warm welcome, their colleagues complained to their boss about why they didn't have enough people to process the existing backlog. And then during the following months, they had over 100 projects, many of them over 3 years old, transferred to them from other engineers who were leaving. They are overworked. Meanwhile, the income they are receiving is not enough to keep up with inflation, and they are struggling to pay back student loans. This has been my experience. This is why I would like to suggest that this is not a time to increase outreach. It is a time to do all that you can do to keep the people who are already here by offering an appropriate wage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lane. I'm a PEA member that voted no on the district's MOU offer, and I'm here to help you understand why. Susan and Wayne, thanks for wearing red today to help solidarity with us. We appreciate that. My other PEA members will speak or have spoken to the specific inequities in our contract offer compared to the Teamsters, so I won't do all the numbers too much. And I won't even go into the generous wage increases that the EC has approved for themselves compared to what they offer to the rest of district employees. Except to note that they bundled their contract package with the Teamsters contract item 15. I'm guessing they're hoping that the momentum for the Teamsters contract will carry over to theirs, right? But they're separate issues, aren't they? I do want to point out how strange it is that your negotiating team consistently comes to the PEA members with offers that are less than the other groups, and there doesn't seem to be any reasoning behind this other than punitive. They don't seem to like to have to deal with us as another negotiating body. So every single time we go to negotiations, we're always offered less at the start than the other majority of employees that are here. And I don't really understand why this is. It seems to be that this practice is against your own interest in terms of recruitment and retainment of talented employees, and it's an effect in alienating and discouraging your workforce. I think this approach is petty and it's unprofessional and has led us to where we are today. I've been at the agency 15 years, and I've had the privilege of knowing many longtime and now retired employees who have helped make this agency what it is. And when I was hired to work among them, I understood that this agency is the gold standard of public service, not just in our mission, but in the way that management approached us. They had a desire to find and retain the best from the technical and science and policy fields. I don't think this is any longer the case. Your negotiating team seems content to have a high attrition rate. They seem content to have a high vacancy rate, which is hurting our ability to accomplish the mission here. So when our team points out the inequities in our contracts to your negotiators, they shrug their shoulders and they point to Wayne and the executive council, who then shrug their shoulders and point to you guys, which is why we're here. We would ask you to please be the adults in the room today and make them present to us an offer that takes your PEA employees seriously and treats us with the respect that we continue to earn here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Sher Bisi and GPR Matu come up, please, in line? Thank you.
Hello, governing board members. My name is Nish Krishna Merthy. I'm an air quality specialist here at the district and an at-large member of the SCPA leadership. I'll be reading a statement provided to us by one of our PEA members. So, we can't do this work without you. That was a statement commonly used by Dr. Burke during his tenure as board chairman. If that's still true, why is that not reflected in the current offer to the Professional Employees Association? Is the executive officer, the general counsel, and the management's contribution to the district's mission more significant than those contributions by staff? Mr. Nashri, Mr. Gilchrist, and other executive council members may be the decision makers and step in when high-profile matters arise. However, staff are the individuals who garner the ire of your constituents on a day-to-day basis when air quality issues arise that affect their quality of life. Major events such as the Chiquita Canyon landfill, the Hyperion sewage treatment plant, and the Lisso Canyon gas storage facility affect the community so greatly that hours of staff time are expended on addressing public comments and working with the facilities to find ways to address the air quality issues in the affected areas. Issues such as permit backlog reflect poorly on the district. It not only affects the public, but also the staff who must work through that backlog. When negative comments are made by facilities or even the district's own hearing board on how long it takes for an application to be processed, the morale of engineers is impacted. Of course, it's easy to say just hire more engineers, but what can the district do to retain them? How can the district retain any employee if compensation does not remotely match what other businesses and public agencies offer? How much time and energy is expended in training an employee who will only stay long enough to gather experience and then use that experience and training to move on to an opportunity that compensates them for her or her knowledge and experience? The district's unwillingness to recognize that work that represented staff contributes to the district's mission of cleaning the air that we breathe through a fair and equitable agreement will only result in further frustration by staff and ultimately your constituents. I challenge you to direct the management to continue to fairly negotiate with the Professional Employees Association so that an agreement that all parties are satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Sherry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sher Bisi. I'm a representative of the Professional Employees Association. I actually would like to defer my 3 minutes of speaking time to Ms. GPR Matu.
Hello, welcome. So just for we're curious, she has a total of 6 minutes now? Or?
I don't want to go over like I did last time, so that's
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You're welcome here. Go ahead.
So I get 6, or
Okay.
it won't be 6, but I just don't
It's
want to
up
be
to your discretion. I mean, everybody gets 3.
And she turned
So
over. We'll give her 5.
If she wants to defer, that's up to you.
Is 5 enough?
I hope so.
I just, as we get to have to vote on these, I don't want to lose any board members, so at your discretion. Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, you guys can hear me well? Thanks. So, hello everyone. My name is GPR Matu. I'm a permit engineer and representative for SCPA, one of the unions here at AQMD. I spoke with you all back at December board meeting, and now I'm back. A few days after that board meeting, the agency held an all-hands meeting. And of course, the topic of salaries was on everyone's mind. During the meeting, people asked Wayne questions about salary increases. And do you know what he told us? He told us that we should be grateful to work for the best air quality agency in the nation, that people think we are overpaid, and that it isn't all about the money. Now, don't get me wrong, I care about this agency, its employees, and its mission of protecting public health and cleaning the air we breathe. It's part of the reason why I work here, and part of the reason why I even started here, right? But unfortunately, the mission doesn't pay our rent. The mission doesn't pay our student loans, and the mission doesn't pay our bills. Our salaries do. On top of that, with management's proposal, some people at this agency will be making less than fast food minimum wage. Working at McDonald's will earn you more than working at the best air quality agency in the nation. That's a shame. In addition, we recently learned that Wayne, the person who told us it isn't all about the money, is proposing a 25% pay increase for himself this year, while the rest of us would get around 6%. But it's not about the money, right? What makes me equally sad is instead of trying to unite his workers and promote a healthy work culture, he continues to sow division among workers by treating the SCPA, the union I represent, differently than the Teamsters Union. During the course of negotiations, we have constantly asked for parity with the Teamsters on several items. We aren't asking for parity with management's benefits. We're asking for parity with our peers who have the same costs for healthcare and so on as the rest of us. As you can see from that chart we passed out earlier today, Wayne and his negotiations team continue to treat us as lessers. This greatly drains employee morale, and when you look back at all the increases he's proposing for himself and the general counsel, it's not that the money isn't there, it isn't there for the rest of his employees. I truly hope you can help us rectify the situation and treat the agency staff with the respect and dignity they deserve. And to the staff here today, I want to thank you for attending. And I'm so sorry that this agency has treated you so poorly. To the board, thank you for listening to me. And I really hope that you will help us stop the bleed at AQMD. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Hellenic. Thomas, welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. Happy New Year to everyone here. Let me just say, you guys have an incredible staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Thomas Yelenich. I'm with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. As you know, PMSA represents the marine terminal operators and ocean carriers at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Want to talk to you this morning about the indirect source rule. Given the current schedules for the various indirect source rules, I would like to request that the district reinstitute the technical working group that existed on this issue prior to the pandemic. While we appreciate that district staff hosts stakeholder workshops on the port indirect source rule, stakeholder workshops are not the right forum for addressing significant technical questions. As the board has previously pointed out, the goal of an indirect source rule is SIP creditable emission reductions. One of PMSA's longstanding concerns is where those SIP creditable emission reductions would come from. Every source category in the maritime industry is under stringent regulation from the California Air Resources Board and the International Maritime Organization. There is no evidence that current California Air Resources Boards can be accelerated. In fact, the record from the California Air Resources Board shows that there is no room for faster deployment. Current district indirect source rule concepts do not require that equipment manufacturers produce cleaner equipment than CARB standards. Current district indirect source rule concepts do not require utilities to install additional infrastructure, and current district indirect source rule concepts do not provide funding for technology deployment. A technical working group could address these issues. Progress was made in the prior technical working group prior to its suspension due to the pandemic. It's unfortunate that it has not been reinstated. Today, I ask you to reconstitute that technical working group, and I would like to thank you for your time today and thank you individually for all the time you have spent learning about the issues that involve the maritime issues and our efforts to reduce emissions and provide a clean environment here in Southern California. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you and your staff over the coming year.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you so much for your comments. We'll be discussing this item later today, but we still have some online comments. These are for items not on the agenda. So we'll start with Melissa Maestas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Melissa Mestis. I am an air quality specialist and a member of the Professionals Union. I have been at the agency for about 4.5 years. I want to share my perspective of working at the agency. I moved 1,000 miles from Boulder, Colorado to Diamond Bar to take this job. I turned down a good job offer elsewhere because I thought the work here would be more interesting. Indeed, I have enjoyed my work and I feel I am making a difference. However, with the step raises we received for the first few years, I'm barely treading water in terms of purchasing power, and I will lose more ground once those step raises finish. I want to buy a house, and it is important to me to not have a long regular commute, especially on LA's freeways. I prefer the option to ride a bicycle to work, which I have done many times. The Venn diagram of my goals of owning a home and not having a long commute means that I need to be able to buy a house nearby. The other possibility would be that the agency would allow full-time remote work, in which case I could move to where a house would be more affordable. The current telework policy is the worst of both worlds in my view. I would be happy to buy a house in Diamond Bar and stay until retirement, but if my goals are not possible here because the agency doesn't pay staff enough to afford to live well where we work, at some point, I may run out of patience with the loss of purchasing power and leave the agency for somewhere that I can achieve my goals. If my goal had been to be wealthy, I would have earned a degree in a more lucrative line of work instead of following my passion and earning a PhD specializing in air pollution. But I do think it's reasonable to expect to be able to buy a house within 5 years of joining the agency, which is about 8 years after finishing my PhD. But I am nowhere near that goal financially, and I don't know what I could have done differently to own a house by now, other than maybe to have accepted the other job offer I had when I took this job. In any case, I would rather push for the place where I am now to be better, rather than to pack up and start over, but I'm not ruling it out. I would like to discourage the notion that CARB is the only competition for staff. My family is spread all across the country, and if I leave, CARB would only be one of many places I would consider working. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Harvey Eder?
Hello. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are, Harvey.
Okay, all right. Well, first of all, my name's Harvey Eder. I'm talking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. And I wanted to get stuff on the record that's really different from what we're hearing. But anyway, I'm really concerned about what this person just talked about housing. Like I've been unhoused. First of all, I want to incorporate by reference a YouTube video from Soft White Underbelly. It's 15 minutes me. It's Harvey Homeless Man Interview Santa Monica. It's 15 minutes from June of 22. Okay, it'll give you some background, make me more like a person. But okay, there's 2.5 million houses, new houses are supposed to be built by 2030.
Well, I encourage Mr. Eder to focus on issues that are within the jurisdiction of this agency.
Okay, well, this lady was talking about housing. Sir, you're getting what, a 50% gross and maybe a 30% increase, and you slam the heck out of me. All right, personally, and you offered to help out.
If Mr. Eder wants to comment on that, that would be item 15.
Thank you.
The point is, I've been working on a solar theory of value for over 50 years. And here's a real application, all right? We're devaluated. We've devaluated our future, all right? This value system has got a lot of problems. What we're doing to our infrastructure, our ecological system, is destroying it, okay? I want to get into the record here. We brought in 8 years ago in the 16 plan stuff on methane, that there'd been, according to, and this was done by Aaron, okay, that there'd been a 30% increase in 12 years. Okay, we did the numbers and we said the real numbers are changed, and now we got this guy, and I put this stuff on the record at the climate meeting recently. I made a comment that the guy who's in charge of Cambridge University, Sir David King, says it's 120. And more recently, you got this stuff about the termination thing happening and the ice ages and all that, and that we're getting like almost a 1% increase per year in methane. Over that's from 20 and 21. It's going up, and we're in deep doo-doo. Also, I want to include in the record, there's a bunch of stuff. There's an article, a Greening of America Yuletime version, written by Bella Stumbo from December 3rd of 1971. There's a picture of me, my ex, and a lady. We had a tree lot selling living Christmas trees in the village here. We got a living Christmas tree at the White House, exempted by the first Ruckels House, first head of EPA. All right, and then we had the trees donated back to Keep America Beautiful, the health department of the planet. We're asked to make a $500,000 proposal by Dr. Burke. We're making it now. We want to do this. There's a trillion tree program thing.
Thank you, Harvey. Our next speaker is Andrew Caneda. And our last speaker will be Ronald.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Good morning, and good morning, and thank you for taking my comment. My name is Andrew Caneda, and I am a senior engineer who has been working at the South Coast AQMD for the last 5 years. I started working here back in 2018 because I believe in our mission to clean the air and protect public health. Over the years, I have had the pleasure of working with the best and brightest in air quality sciences. However, over the years, I have seen the same best and brightest leave for higher paying and less stressful opportunities in other competing regulatory agencies. I have also seen our best and brightest in the Professional Employees Association clawing tooth and nail for fairness and respect in recent MOU negotiation meetings. What we receive in return is dismissal and an unwillingness to recognize what is equitable and reasonable. When the Executive Council salary schedule was released earlier this week, I was astounded at the numbers I saw. Over the next year, the executive officer will see a 25% increase in total salary.
I'm a mentor to one of the people that has actually given a comment today, and I would like to thank them for their comments. When my father died last year, I continued to work to ensure that I could protect the community while I was still grieving. However, I am not an island, and I could not accomplish my goals in isolation. Without the great work of the individuals at AQMD that I work with, I could not achieve what I have needed to and continue to do. In order to prevent bleeding to other industries and companies, a fair and just compensation for their efforts and success must be met. And I highly encourage the approval of the compensation that the union has put forth. We must proactively care about our community at AQMD to ensure the community is proactively taken care of as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our general public comment period. I see a request to speak, Mayor McKellen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne, I'm surprised to hear that the technical advisory group for the Port ISR has not been reestablished. I would think that's a reasonable request and a necessary one for us to come up with a Ports ISR that is reasonable and that we all can live with.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. The issue of the technical working group was one that was addressed previously by the district staff when there was an MOU attempt. I would say at this point, staff questions the wisdom of reinstituting the technical working group and thinks there would be better served addressing those technical issues in that open format. So we have a working group meeting that's scheduled on the 17th. I'd like to see how that progresses. I think that when we look at the challenges before us from a technical perspective, the technology with regards to the ports and with regards to the development and deployment of zero emission technologies is fairly well understood. I think everybody would agree that its infrastructure is one of the major challenges, and then the other aspect is actual deployment, the manufacturing and deployment of the technology. So we have had these discussions for a long period of time. I appreciate the comments to reinstitute that. I'd like to give us an opportunity to try to address those issues in a broader working group, given the amount of work that's been invested and done in the past. So we could certainly report back to the board and to committee on the progress of that. And I would suggest that that would be done through the Mobile Source Committee.
Okay. Supervisor Pettis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues and staff and folks that are out here in the audience. Just very quickly, my screen on this computer is not working, so maybe we can get that going as soon as possible. But other than that, I wanted to really hone in on what our employees mentioned, stated today. A lot of good points that were made. I think you were heard. I like to think so. Obviously, this is a conversation that's going to take place behind closed session. I am happy that we've reached a level of negotiation, if not an agreement with the Teamsters, but I do understand the folk of, we could talk about equity a lot here. And we talk about making sure that we have the workforce that we need. And I think it's important that, you know, if we're offering a level of compensation and benefits to one entity, I think we ought to do the same for the other. Now, that's fine, thank you. I am concerned, and I want to hear this conversation later in closed session once again about the salaries. I think that is of concern. Maybe I misread, or maybe I didn't read all the information. Obviously, I appreciate our executive officer, our general counsel. They've guided us throughout all these efforts, and I appreciate the efforts of all of you. But that type of increase is quite a bit. And so I look forward to that conversation in closed session with my colleagues, with staff to figure that out. I'm hoping that when we get to the item, maybe we bifurcate the information, we bifurcate the vote. I'm not sure if I'm ready to vote on the executive officer and general counsel salary and benefit, at least not yet. When it comes to the vote for the Teamsters, I'm definitely ready to vote for the Teamsters, unless we can get into this conversation out loud, but I don't think we will. I think we just need to have a very open and honest conversation among us as staff, meaning executive staff, and my colleagues here on this dais.
And just to caution, there are a number of speakers, so this is for items, we're still on items not on the agenda. So, because those items are on the agenda later. Okay, Board Member Krakow.
Yes, just very briefly, don't have much to add to what my two colleagues just mentioned, and want to thank everyone for appearing today and just the eloquent testimony, which is really going to be taken seriously. And it's just great to have even a little bit more connection with the staff and to see you so well organized and so caring of each other and the agency. It really means a lot. Also just wanted to second what Board Member McCowan's question about the Port ISR. I do still sense a lot of alienation and mistrust with some of the stakeholders at the port. If PMSA is going to come here to this agency and is truly willing to negotiate, truly willing to sit at the table, we should take up that offer at every opportunity. It should be our goal this year to reduce the alienation, to find more common ground, and whatever tools that are at our disposal, I think we should be reaching for those at this point. So thank you for your question, Mayor McCowan.
Thank you. Board Member Padilla Campos.
Thank you. I just didn't want us to move forward without me saying thank you to all the speakers here today. I just find testimony to be really helpful, so thank you for that. And also wanted to get some clarity as to the reason why we're pulling this item is because we're going to have a further conversation in closed session. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I don't know if that was a motion or a request to pull the other one as well. I don't know if it's item 15 for further discussion as well. I don't know if that was a motion or something for us to consider.
That's also going in closed session.
Okay. So yeah, just didn't want to move forward without saying thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Doe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Professional Employees Association for being here and voicing your concerns. Your comments did register with me, and they will be very helpful when we go into closed session. I also want to support Director McLaren's comment about the Technical Advisory Committee. Frankly, I'm a little troubled that when a proposal from a director seems to me to be kind of dismissed a little bit. I think it reflects the concern of the board, and that's something that should be probably presented in a more thoughtful fashion in the future, at a minimum, to let the board have an opportunity to discuss the merit of the Technical Advisory Committee. And it should not be just resting only with staff in terms of the appropriateness of reinstituting the committee. So I'm glad to have heard the second support, but now here's one more voice to support that request. When we talk about something as overreaching, I mean, is in terms of the broadness of the issue as ISR, the more information that this board has, I think the more helpful it is for us to make the right decisions. And it does go into the policy decisions that we make. And having the technical input is really important. So I just wanted to, it's not on the agenda, but I just want to let you know that that's where I'm coming from, that I'm supportive of, at the minimum, the board discussing the necessity of reinstituting the Technical Advisory Committee. Thank you.
If I may, my response was no way intended to be slight or dismissive of Mayor McCallan's question. The issue of the technical working group is an issue that the district staff has been involved with for a number of years. When we were involved again on the MOU, and this issue has not been brought up in isolation. We have met with other board members. We've talked about some of those concerns. The challenge that we have before us, frankly, Supervisor, is one of timing. There is, as you know, tremendous pressure to try to bring this rule forward. And the challenge that we have is how do we work with all of the parties when we know we've got to increase outreach? We know we've got to work with more of the stakeholders. And then we also still have to work on the aspects of the rule. Of course, the technical components are going to be key because we would never bring a rule that is not technically competent or feasible before you. And I think this board has relied tremendously on the technical expertise of the staff. You heard today from members of the PEA. We have a number of PhDs. We have a number of people that are extremely experienced and at the forefront on these technology issues. What I was asking for is to give us that month, that 30 days, to see if we can incorporate much of what's already been addressed and learned within the upcoming working group. It's so important to be able to have the full discussions that you note, Supervisor, and that the mayor has noted, and that board member Krakoff has noted. We agree with that, but we also understand the challenge and the desire to bring this rule quickly back before us. And so that's what we're trying to balance. And I'd like to have the opportunity to try to do both without having additional separate meetings. And if we can do that, fantastic. We save time. If we can't, I'll be the first one to come back and let you know that we're going to move forward in that way because we haven't not been able to address those issues. But I'd like to have the opportunity to at least try it. And I know, as Thomas had said previously, he comes to all the meetings. They're free to bring all the people to have those discussions. Those working group meetings, I think, are a good opportunity to discuss all of those issues. So I hope I don't come across as slight or dismissive. We take your comments very seriously, and we'll do our absolute best to incorporate and address it. And if we can't do it, absent a technical working group, then we'll include it. You have my commitment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I follow up on that? When I appreciate your comments and your openness to discuss the issue and whether or not on the merit, technical advisory committee is necessary and would fit within the timetable that you have. But when you boil all of your comments down to its essence, the decisions are still being made and the assessment is being made solely by staff. And that's the part that troubles me because the process to which we go through to come up with the right policy requires information, and we can't limit the assessment to just one side. As good of a staff as we have it, that's the reason we have stakeholders, right? In everything that we do, all of us sitting on this board, we of all people know best that there are many issues, many stakeholders with very, very divergent points of view. And until we have heard from them all, we don't have all the information that we may need to make the right decisions. So that's all I'm pointing to is that this board should be given the ability to make the decision for itself as far as all of the information that we would need in order to make the right decisions. So that's it. There's not a commentary on how well qualified our staff is or the approach that we take. It's more like how open we are to receiving all the information that would be necessary for me to be intelligent in my decisions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Solache.
Thank you, Madam Chair Delgado. Again, congratulations to you and the reappointed colleagues on this board. Looking forward to working with all of you. I want to take one step even further back to some of the comments that were said today about process. Again, as one of the newest members to this agency, I come from a school board that I served 10 years. I'm my 11th year on the city council. So it's my 21st year state already in local government. It's not my first rodeo. Two words that come to my thinking is respect, right, and process. So one of the things that I would like us to do as an agency, just collectively, right, to respect community, to respect industry, to respect labor folks, to respect us as a board and staff ultimately. I think we should implement some sort of no major decision to be made in January. Obviously, we can't stop the work of the agency. You know, as a point in case, labor negotiations and other things that are critical for the agency to operate. But for any major, a major decision, I think January is just a bad month because we're really not, understanding of staff's time during the holidays. The board, I'm being engaged by industry and folks during December that, it's a time that we should all kind of be with our loved ones and family. I heard one of our speakers today that, he had a passing with his father, and obviously that was and for some of us have had those experiences. I just think that January, as we could move forward in years to come, that maybe January we shouldn't have, because then we're all running around in December when we're trying to just, be humans and be humane about how because at the end of the day of these positions and titles that we all hold, either they're employee, board member, or staff, we need to also reflect on the fact that we need some personal time. So I'm just saying from the angle of making sure that community is protected, that folks are really respected, that maybe January is not a healthy month to move forward with a big decision making. So I just want to put that to the timing conversation that's happening and folks that are being engaged or not engaged for that matter. Two, obviously, I was already said, and Madam Chair, to respect your, that we're going to have that public item. My request just is at 15 that we just separate the items, period, so that we could, I want to respect that the Teamsters had their process or wrongly approved their process. So I want to make sure we move forward with that today and not delay what they approve, and that we have obviously a separate conversation. So again, when we get to that item, I would hope that we could just separate the items and give its own give the item itself its own conversation that it deserves. But again, thank you for your time, and I look forward that as we move forward with the agency, that January could be, again, I want to just emphasize a month that we don't have anything major so that we could be respectful of people's time across the board. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a Happy New Year, colleagues, and to everyone here this morning and watching online. We'll start first, but continue to be honored to serve with this distinguished group on the governing board, work with our staff, and on the important work ahead. Again, it continues to be an honor to represent the Orange County cities and in part representing the County of Orange with our Supervisor Doe, and again, with all of you. I'm looking forward to continued collaboration. That said, I want to just let everyone know in the audience this morning and those that spoke both in person and online, I appreciate your courage in doing so. You deserve respect. You deserve to be treated with dignity and appreciation. We hear loud and clear the economic challenges that you're all dealing with. We understand the desire to not only make ends meet, but to do everything you can to thrive for your family and loved ones. And we appreciate your hard work and dedication and watching some of the recognition of employees here 35, 25, 20 years. It's my hope that your name would be amongst them in the years to come. We understand that California is one of the most expensive states in the nation. There's many reasons for that, and I won't get into those this morning. But again, when I hear the concerns, they resonate. We do take it to heart, and you do also hear the concerns about a desire to own a home and have that American dream and everything in between. So that does strike at the heart of my assessment of the situation, and looking forward to, again, discussing these matters in closed session. But I just wanted to let you know that message is heard loud and clear, and do appreciate your courage this morning. Also want to echo the sentiments of Mayor McCallan, Board Member Krakoff, Supervisor Doe, and respectfully request that we move towards attack as soon as possible, and we do everything. I have full faith that our staff is working diligently and working hard and in good faith, but as well would really be eager to see a more specific set of meetings that are on the technical side. Not that the meetings that we have aren't doing that, but when I'm hearing this morning a request to that nature and knowing what we have on the line, I would, again, not to be redundant, but the comments by in particular Supervisor Doe, I wholeheartedly support those sentiments, and so would be eager to see some movement on that sooner rather than later, because time is of the essence, as we all know. That said, again, Happy New Year, and looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes general public comment period. We're going to move to the consent calendar, and these are items 1 through 12. I just want to restate what's happening after consent is we are going into closed session right after the consent calendar is heard, where we will be discussing items 15 and 16, or we've pulled 16, but we'll be reviewing the status of that. And then we're going to come back to open session to do the public hearing and report on any items if necessary on closed session. So this is just the consent calendar. Just out of respect for any matters that need to be heard timely, we're going to go through that next. And we do have, we should allow for public communications on consent calendar items. Are there any board member changes to the consent or any items that you need to speak on?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item 12, just to speak on that briefly.
Okay. And I did see a hand raised in the audience. Do you have a public comment for the consent calendar?
But I'd like to take a minute to express my support for the union members who came here. I'm a space industry scientist for 40 years. We had a professional staff association too. Oh, sorry, I'm Dr. Gangmaneng, 5215 Lenore Street, Torrance, California. And I wanted to express my support for the professional union. I was a member of the professional union in my research center. We did the space industry national security space mission for the whole democracy of America and to do compliance with arms reductions, treaties and things like that. And so I really think, I would hope the board would really take under consideration to put the Professional Staff Association on the same footing as the Teamsters. I don't know of any Teamster who has to get a PhD to be a good Teamster, yet many of your professional staff have advanced degrees, which took many, many years to get, similar to my work as a material scientist. So I think, as a matter of respect, I really urge the board to please put your professional staff on the same parity as Teamsters who don't require all that extensive training to do their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We do have one hand raised online. Fernando Gaitan for consent calendar items.
Good morning, Fernando Gaitan with Earth Justice. I'm here to comment on item 8. I'm wishing the staff and the board Happy New Year. This is going to be a critical year to get long overdue regulations done. As the rules and measures forecast shows, the calendar will be crowded with rules that need to come before the board before the end of the year, with much of this crowding due in large part because of the delays in the ISR rulemaking. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road. We need to pass strong port and rail yard ISRs that will reduce emissions and protect the public. We have communities living near the ports in the 96th percentile for air toxic cancer risk, and children and adults in these communities experiencing higher levels of asthma, premature deaths, lung disease, and much more. These communities cannot afford to wait even more time for a technical advisory group that will only offer industry-led special interest groups an opportunity to whittle away at protections. We need to look no further than the preliminary results of the warehouse ISR to understand that these rules can make a significant difference in our air quality and improve conditions. As we've expressed many times, we are concerned that delay will only serve to perpetuate harm to communities at a time when we can least afford it. Despite progress that we've made in developing these rules, they are being delayed yet again. 6 months for the rail ISR, an entire year for the port ISR. We really need to not delay these rules any further. We have the rule concepts, the draft language, technical developments, and the idea is to make the rules on a more expedited timeline. I remind the board that the port ISR rule has been on the books as a planned measure for at least 8 years. We agree with staff that we don't need another technical advisory group as previously suggested. We need to get to rulemaking. There's a window that's fast closing for state and federal funding to make the technological switch to zero emissions. We're entering the second year of the district's first ever zero emissions focused air plan without these rules being adopted. Finalizing the port and rail yard ISR needs to be top priority for this agency this year. We've submitted letters in support of these rules and offered proposals for making them as strong as possible to protect communities and improve our air quality. For the ports ISR, we submitted letters back in September. We asked staff to respond to our letter and incorporate those recommendations into the draft rule in the coming weeks. We urge the board to direct staff to commit to finalizing both rules without delay. The health of our communities depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Cindy will be our last speaker for consent calendar.
Hi, I had more of a clarifying question. There's no way for me to ask, so I put my hand up. When are we able to speak on item 14?
So we're going to go back, we're going to go to closed session. And my guess is it may be a little bit lengthy. And then we're going to come back for the public hearing. So we're going to come back to open session. I can't predict, but I would estimate around 11:15 or so.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Perez, do you want to speak on item 12 before we ask for a motion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Let me just say thank you to our staff to organize and facilitate this conversation that I think we agreed that it was necessary, and it took a while. I think you said, Wayne, what, 15 years since last time we've had this committee meet, which is the Climate Change Committee. And I also want to thank our committee members that were present, Board Member Veronica Padilla Campos, our Vice Chair, Councilmember Michael Cacciotti, and Supervisor Andrew Doe, and Supervisor Kurt Hagman. Councilmember Jose Luis Solache wasn't able to make it that day. But we did have I think a really good conversation overall at the end of the day, and one that was necessary, as I mentioned. Just very quickly, we did have the opportunity to hear from Dr. Alex Hall out of UCLA, in which he discussed climate change impacts in Southern California air, and allowed also for some questions from our colleagues. We also were able to hear from Sarah Reese, an overview of regulatory and policy framework for climate change, in which she discussed and provided an overview of regulations and policies related to climate change. Also heard from or received an overview of the U.S. EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, in which you just heard earlier from a speaker regarding funding streams and how they are changing at the state level, and how we need to adapt as well in order for us to receive those resources so that we can disperse them throughout our communities, especially our disadvantaged communities. I want to thank the comments that were made from Harvey Eder. He actually called in, but from my colleagues. Councilmember Cacciotti stated the importance of engaging faith-based communities. Supervisor Doe stated that climate change is one of the most important issues we face, and expressing his support for infrastructure, electrification, which, as we all know, concern. Mr. Supervisor Hagman talked about the fact that there's a limited amount of resources, and how do we do this in an effort to balance it with business, and as well knowing that it's not only the state of California, but we also are doing this line of work, and what are others doing throughout the United States, and what are others doing internationally. I ended up speaking on my hopes of ultimately creating a standing committee for our consideration, and that'll be over time. But I did describe 4 key priorities that I just want to speak out loud, and they were collaboration and partnerships as 1, zero emission infrastructure 2, workforce development as 3, and also pursuing funding as number 4. I wanted to state this out loud for the record. I know that it's in your notes. You can read it, obviously, and you can also look it up on the webcast if you prefer to do that. But I thought it'd be important, knowing that this is the first meeting that we've had in 15 years, that I expressed this out loud for people in case they didn't have a chance to read it. At least you heard it from myself as the chair. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you for kicking off that important work. I'm excited to see how it progresses. Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's moved in second. Hopefully you caught somebody on that. All right, can we get it's going to be a verbal roll call?
Mayor Lock-Dawson,
Aye.
Supervisor Doe,
Aye.
Supervisor Hagman is absent. Board Member Krakoff,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCallum,
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Aye.
Board Member Padilla Campos,
Yes.
Supervisor Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Rahman,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Solache,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cacciodi,
Yes.
and Chair Delgado.
And yes.
Motion passes 12-0, one absent.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we are going into closed session, Bay, right?
That's correct. It is necessary to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to confer with labor negotiators, agency designated representative A. John Olvera, Deputy Executive Officer, Administrative and Human Resources, employee organizations Teamsters 9/11 and South Coast AQMD Professional Employees Association, and unrepresentative employees, Executive Officer, General Counsel, designated deputies, and management and confidential employees.
Order we're gonna do, what order we'll talk about it, still in the order of exactly. I would do, see if there's any questions.
Yeah, get the easy.
Also along with. So there are some key issues that we used last night. What would just focus on the key issues? Or if we could just make a presentation and usually time answers.
Yeah, because I don't.
Test.
Okay, so just a quick summary. Do we have to report anything back, Bay?
We don't have to report anything back, but we do need to take action on item 15. And I think it's going to be divided up into 15A and 15B. And so,
Can we take the public hearing? The public hearing is
yes.
14.
So if there's any public comment on item 15, we would call for a public comment right now.
Okay.
But first, I think we should state what the motion actually would be.
All right, so for item 15, we are going to bifurcate it into first taking the approval of the 4-year labor agreement with Teamsters Local 911.
Madam Chair, I would like to move item 15A to support the Teamsters agreement.
Section.
Wonderful.
Hold on one second before we vote. John wants to read something into the record. And to clarify, that's also also includes comparable terms for non-represented employees, correct?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, correct.
Right. Recommended actions 1 and 2, I believe. And to that, I just wanted to state for the record that agenda item number 15 includes compensation increases to salary and benefits for executive staff members, as well as the approval of the Teamsters MOU and the comparable terms for management and confidential items. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. And we do have a motion to approve that from Councilmember Solache. Was there a second on that? Supervisor Perez. Okay. I'll open it up for public comment and discussion since we have moved the agenda around a little bit. So I don't see any hands raised. Is there somebody from the public here?
Hello? Yeah, just as a point of order, I think there's a different number of board members here. Maybe you need to restate the quorum that you have, who's present or not, but that's for you to decide. But I would like to, again, suggest that you have two things there. One is this Teamsters 15A. The other one is 15B is what you call it. I would like to suggest you actually break your 15A into 15A1 and 15A2, one for the Teamsters contract and one for the executive pay, because I think those are two very different issues.
They're right.
That's my comment on 15A.
All right, thank you. So just to clarify, we're doing the motion is to approve 4-year labor agreement with Teamsters Local 911 and approve comparable terms for non-represented employees. We are taking a 15B to discuss the agreements with executive officer and general counsel. Right now, it is just the first piece. I still don't see any hands raised. Are there any board member comments? We had quite a discussion on this. Councilmember Solache.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to applaud the Teamsters on our staff for coming to terms with the negotiations. I know that we heard their comments, their input at the last board meeting. And so I know that this moves forward our conversation of taking care of workers in a time where there's a lot of inflation issues and a lot of things that our families are struggling with. So I'm just happy that AQMD is doing the right thing for our working members of our Teamsters. And I just want to applaud the fact that we got to this point. And I just ask my colleagues for a yay vote. Thank you.
And to clarify, I believe that motion includes part of recommended action item number 4 that relates to appropriating money from the budget for 4-year successor MOU and costs related to non-represented employees, but not costs related to the executive officer and general counsel.
Correct.
Just wanted to
Yes.
clarify that.
And,
Thank you.
That's correct.
to that point, obviously, our non-representative employees are equally important, and for that matter, all of our employees are important. I want to put that on the record. We all play a different role. I express to people all the time that I was on a school board for 10 years, and I always tell people that the clerical staff, the teacher, the school principal, and the superintendent are equally important because they all play a role in making sure that the school was open, that the school worked, and that ultimately our students were receiving the best quality education. In this case, to me, at least personally, every single employee, if your check says AQMD, you are equally important to us as a board member. And so to me, we want to always make sure that we take care of our workers and ensure that they feel that they are working for the correct agency and that their morale is always high, because we always want happy employees to be with us. And because happy employees equals happy results to our communities and ultimately protecting community and what we do here as an agency. So again, I am just happy that this is where we're at today, and we're addressing this particular group and unrepresented folks, and hopefully we have a unanimous vote today to make sure that our support as a board is it's across the board that we are supporting our employees. Thank you.
Councilmember, can you describe the $18 wage issue?
Yes, one of the things that thank you, Madam Chair, that we talked about in the process of negotiations is that, as we are looking at what's happening in California, that we embrace the fact that every single person in this agency should be at a $20 plus hourly rate at the bare minimum. So to be sure that we are with the times of California, that this agency will do the right thing. And so our understanding that supporting this motion, that once it gets approved, every single member of this agency will be at the bare minimum of $20 or more. Obviously, there's different conversations of it should be more or not, but at that point, we want to make sure that we are in the current times of California, and that AQMD will be the right thing to make sure that every single employee would be at the bare minimum of $20. And the increase that we're doing here today makes sure that happens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that. Any other board member comments on this? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Mayor Locke Dawson is absent. Supervisor Doe is absent. Supervisor Hagman is absent. Board Member Krakow.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Board Member Padilla Campos.
Yes.
Supervisor Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rahman. Councilmember Rahman is absent. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Solache.
Yes.
Vice Chair Caciotti.
Yes.
And Chair Delgado.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0, 4 absent.
Wonderful. All right, so that takes us to what we're calling 15B, which is the consideration of the amendments to agreements with executive officer and general counsel. And we've nominated a few speakers to kind of summarize our discussion. Mayor McCowan will take it first.
Well, I was going to defer to Supervisor. Go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Madam Chair. As a part of our conversation, and I think that we've got a couple of charts that we're going to make public, we acknowledge the fact that the agency did the most appropriate thing from my perspective, which was to conduct a salary survey. In my opinion, I don't think, unfortunately, government does that enough. And as we have had numerous conversations in this board meeting, our challenge in filling our vacancies and making sure that we're doing all that we can to continue to attract top talent to do this work that is critical to the health and well-being of our shared constituency. And so I appreciate our COO for conducting the salary survey. And when we looked at it, it was shocking and frankly embarrassing that we have not kept up in terms of our executive compensation with comparable positions in government agencies across the board. And so, upon reviewing that information, we thought it completely appropriate to do what we can to right-size our executive salaries, to make sure, as we're working to do with other actions we've taken today and in previous board meetings, that we remain a competitive employer in this area, this field of work, and in this region. And so I think the motion that is going to be before us shortly is to take the first step in acknowledging the realities of the salary survey results and to take action to make sure that we, as an employer, are remaining competitive in the compensation provided to two of our executives.
Thank you for that summary. Did you want to add anything, Mayor McKellen?
Yes, I want to echo what the supervisor said, that today we're going to make a motion to increase the salaries, to adjust the salaries of our executive officer and our chief counsel, to bring them within comparable salaries to what we found on the survey that was done. We think it's appropriate to do that, to be able to, as Supervisor said, to attract talent in the future. Not that we're saying Wayne and Bay are going away, but who knows, Anyway, and we want to base any future salary increases on merit performance. And we'll be instituting a review process to do that. And I think it's very appropriate that we make this salary adjustment. So I will move that we approve the salary adjustments of $390,000 for the executive officer and $325,000 for the general counsel, and that they would receive the COLA benefits that the rest of the agency receives. And any future salary adjustments will be made annually based on performance evaluation.
I'll second that.
I just wanted to add, if it's appropriate to your motion, that one of the reasons why we're seeing this kind of increase is because the agency hasn't had kind of a comprehensive salary survey like this in some time. And you see that reflected in a lot of the employees' classifications. So in order for us to remain competitive and retain our employees, we are having to do this. But moving forward, we'd like the admin committee to look at how, what our policy is for making sure that this doesn't happen again. And we'd like them to look at our process for annual performance evaluations for general counsel and for the executive director, if that's appropriate. Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second. I don't see any hands raised for public comment here online, or there's one in the audience. I'm going to go ahead and take this because, again, we've moved.
2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll limit it to 2 minutes, but since we've moved around so much, I think it's only appropriate. Please go ahead.
I think the beginning of this meeting, when you heard lots of people come and talk, this is exactly the kind of stuff that you should be doing for all your staff members. So once again, this is wonderful stuff. You should be doing this for everybody, all your professional staff, and see to what degree their salaries are competitive. This way, the bonus that you are giving these two executives, and I'm sure they deserve it, but I think your staff deserves equal treatment. Thank you very much.
Very well taken, and I think there's a reason why our closed session, I was off by 2 hours on my estimate.
Madam Chair, if I could just make a statement, I don't want this interpreted as a bonus. It is not a bonus. It is a salary right-sizing according to the survey. Thank you.
And I thought I understood that, so thank you for clarifying that. But yes, we are trying to make sure that our employees get competitive wages compared to like agencies, and that they understand how much we respect and honor the work that they're doing. I saw Councilmember Solace's hand raised.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, not to repeat my comments earlier, but again, I say that every single employee of this agency matters. This is the next group, and then I'm hopeful based on our conversation in closed session, and that our next group will have some positive outcomes as well. And hopefully we would be done with all the groups are represented in this agency. So this is just yet another group that we have to address. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to say some words. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote on.
Oh, I meant to say something, and I'm reminded of, sorry, Madam Chair, for interrupting you, but I am just reminded of how of an expert of an attorney we have, and I just want to commend his resume, his background, and I'm just, as a new member of this agency, I don't know all the information all the time, and I was just reminded of the excellent individual that we have, and we commend him and his entire team, and I just want to thank him publicly for standing strong with us at this agency, and his expertise helps us every day because we have very convoluted issues that we deal with. I just want to add that to the discussion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Looks like we do have one hand raised from the online audience. Sher Bisi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. 2 minutes on the clock.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, this is Sher Bisi. I spoke earlier and deferred my minutes to Ms. Gurpreet Matu. I just would like to ask, does this include the entire package, the 69,000 for 401A, the maximum contribution for them by the district, which is for HSA, which is 99,300, the FSA maximum contribution of 3,200, and the dependent care FSA of 5,000, which increases every year for those three benefits. I mean, I echo the gentleman's comment earlier that I hope this salary resizing will be extended to each and everyone, every employee at AQMD, because we didn't get COLA, which is why we are far behind. The same reasoning for this, for resizing the salary for the EO and GC, and I respect them, but we need, as the working body, to be treated equally and have the exact same resizing as they are getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. I don't know the details of the response, but please know that we did also look at making sure that every position is starting to be comparable.
Yeah, and the answer to her question is it does not include those items. It's my understanding.
But thank you for your comments. All right, can we get a roll call vote on Mayor McCallan's motion?
Mayor Locke Dawson is absent. Supervisor Doe is absent. Supervisor Hagman is absent. Board Member Krakoff.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell. Aye. Board Member Padilla Campos.
Yes.
Supervisor Perez.
Aye.
Councilmember Rahman is absent. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Solace.
Yes.
Vice Chair Caciotti.
Yes.
And Chair Delgado.
And I vote yes.
Motion passes 9-0, 4 absent.
Thank you. All right, this brings us to our final item, which is our public hearing, item number 14. I'll turn this over to staff to give us a summary.
Good afternoon, Chair Delgado, members of the board. I think we're going to skip ahead a little bit in appreciation of everybody's time. So we're going to skip ahead to this slide. My name is Heather Farr. I'm here to present proposed amended Rule 1180 and proposed Rule 1180.1. These are our fence line monitoring rules. They are important. They provide real-time air pollutant concentrations near the facility's fence line, as well as within the community. This slide here is showing the applicability of the existing Rule 1180. It applies to our 7 major petroleum refineries in our jurisdiction. That's shown in those green pins. Next click, please. So we are proposing to expand the applicability to include these related facilities. In some instances, like all of the operation of the petroleum refinery is within the fence line. So those monitors pick up all of the the emissions from those operations. However, there are some cases where there are related industries that are at a contiguous property, they're next door. So we really want to be able to determine the full extent of those emittance. So we are proposing to expand the applicability to these related facilities. It does include 2 tank terminals, 2 hydrogen plants, as well as a sulfur recovery plant. Next click, please. These blue flags, this is showing our new smaller refineries that will be regulated under Rule 1180.1. That will include 2 smaller asphalt refineries, as well as 1 refinery that processes alternative feedstock. Next click, please. The black squares show our existing community air monitoring systems. It doesn't show the new ones. We will have new community monitoring systems to kind of support those new related facilities, as well as the new 1180.1 facilities. However, we have to go out and find the locations for those, so they're not pictured on the map as of yet. Okay, we're going to skip ahead a few. Thank you. There's a couple key issues that we just want to highlight. The first one is involving staff's proposal to have an exemption for smaller tank terminals. These are small terminals. The map here shows 1 in yellow. They only have a few tanks. Their emissions are much, much smaller, a couple of pounds per day. So staff thought it was reasonable to have an exemption for these smaller facilities. It's not uncommon for our rules to have small exemptions for smaller emitting facilities. They are also bordered, all of these are adjacent to the refineries, so there is nearby fence line monitoring as well as community monitoring. And just because we're not going to require them to do fence line monitoring, it doesn't mean that these terminals are not regulated. We do have regulations on the terminals, 1178 and 463. 1178 was recently amended, and we're working on amending 463 to require additional optical gas sensing imaging. This actually allows you to find these leaks early and mitigate them. So they are well regulated. Next slide, please. The next key issue we just wanted to highlight, there is one of the related facilities is Kinder Morgan. It's a large tank terminal, 63 tanks altogether. And they are arguing that they should not be applicable to the rule because they don't meet the definition of how we define what a related facility is. So we were really looking for facilities whose operations like integral to the refineries. So we established a 50% threshold. So if 50% of the production coming in or going out is related to the facilities, we defined you as a related facility and said that you should have to do fence line monitoring. And so they looked at their data, and the inputs coming directly from the refineries was under that 50% mark at about 45.8. However, staff has reached out to several other of the terminals that receive their product, their gasoline, from the refineries, and they do send product to this Kinder Morgan site. So based on staff's communications with these other terminals, we do think that they meet that minimum qualification of 50% in relationship to the petroleum refineries. So staff's recommendation is to keep them in the rule. However, they have a 12-month time frame where they can either substantiate to us that their operations are less than 50%, or they have that time to develop what we call the fence line air monitoring plan. Next slide, please. So the last key issue we would like to discuss is involving the compounds that have to be monitored at the petroleum refineries. And they're arguing that they don't want to have to add additional metal compounds. So staff updated the list of compounds in the rule to reflect the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment 2019 report on refinery emissions, and they included 3 metal compounds. And all of the refineries have reported these metal compounds in their annual emission reports. So they do emit these compounds. The OEHA report did acknowledge that these compounds can be emitted at much lower levels. However, due to the high toxicity, they had them on their priority compound list, like 18 compounds that they said were the priority compounds to be monitored for. And then the second issue on this slide is regarding compounds that haven't been routinely measured. The refineries are asking, if we're not measuring any of these compounds, then we shouldn't have to continue to monitor for them. But again, staff disagrees. Those fence line monitors are there to measure both routine and non-routine emissions. So it's commendable that they're not measuring some of these above these notification thresholds. However, especially due to the proximity of the community, our local refineries have very high populations right on the border. So we do think it is important to maintain those monitors, even for compounds they don't routinely measure for. Okay, next slide. That is it, just staff recommendations to determine that proposed amended 1180 and proposed rule 1180.1, as well as the guidelines that we also amended to reflect those changes to rule 1180 and to include 1180.1 are exempt from CEQA, and to amend the rules and adopt 1180.1 and amend the rules and the guideline.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions before we open the public hearing? Don't see any. Okay, so I will open the public hearing. We do have hands raised online, and we did have 2 people sign up here in the audience. I don't know if they weathered through that closed session. So I will call up Dr. Genham. I'm sorry, I know I totally butchered it. Eng, I'm sorry, Dr. Eng.
I don't get 3 minutes?
We're kind of late in the meeting. We're trying to keep the board members here so we don't lose anybody. We've got to go to 2.
Yeah, I want to vote for this and support it, but I'm leaving at 2 o'clock. Just want to put it on the record.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm going to make one comment about your 45% and your 50%. Number one is that if they ever go above 50%, do they monitor it well enough to show that they never do? And that's so close to 45% that it sure looks like you cut the level just above their head so that they wouldn't have to be subject to it. And so I asked the board to reconsider or to study the availability of fluctuations. The other things I wanted to comment on is that I gave you all a sheet of paper. Thank you very much. One of them is Heather Farr explained to me about the PM 2.5, that it's either in 1 column or 2 columns. Hopefully they can revise the report to make it clear that it's one or the other. Otherwise, the table looks like it's not clear for black carbon and PM 2.5. The real important one is I would like to propose that the executive officer talking about real-time monitoring of PAHs, that it be changed to real-time or near real-time monitoring of PAHs, because you do have near real-time monitoring as part of in your umbrella, to not let them off the hook, because this is now a state requirement that wasn't there before. And then the second thing is that I suggest that you could create a metric like PM 2.5 and black carbon using MATE 6 to use black carbon and PM 2.5 to measure as a stand-in for your PAHs. Lastly, from first meeting, 1 year instead of 5 years, I got but you put 5 years and it should be 1.
Thank you, Dr. Eng. Nina McAfee.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on PAR 1180. KM Kinder Morgan has submitted written comments, and I'm here to emphasize how PAR 1180 cannot fairly be applied to the Carson Storage and Transfer Terminal. The reason I'm here today is that as PAR 1180 is currently drafted, the staff has asserted that it would apply to only one non-related petroleum refinery or related petroleum liquid storage and transfer terminal located in the South Coast Basin, the KMLT Carson Storage and Transfer Terminal. In fact, PAR 1180 is already inconsistent with the last version of Senate Bill 674, which was tabled with an unknown future. And in that, at a minimum, it is being stretched to apply specifically to the Carson Storage and Transfer Terminal, while exempting other neighboring terminals. Under SB 674, the Carson Terminal would not be included under their current definition of the plan if it is reenacted and passed. Under the PAR 1180 refinery-related rule, the Carson Storage and Transfer Facility is not a petroleum refinery. We're not under common ownership, operation, or control of a petroleum refinery. Our emissions are not the same. The Carson Storage and Transfer Terminal simply receives, temporarily stores, and onward ships only petroleum refined products. It does not manufacture, refine, otherwise process such products. Therefore, it is not related. We are not related in any way other than by proximity. Conversely, the Carson Storage Transfer Terminal is regulated in part as a bulk warehouse.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cindy. Cindy, go ahead. Is Cindy here? I don't see a Cindy.
Online.
Online, Cindy, you online?
Hi, yes, I'm online. Good afternoon, everybody, members of the board. My name is Cindy. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an organizer and member with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice here on Tongva lands, or so-called South Bay, California. I'm calling generally in support of this rule. Last year, I've been able to talk to and engage with staff about the importance of this rule and the ways that this can benefit community members and the quality of air as well in our neighborhoods. So I support this rule. This is important information, particularly uplifting the way that the reporting, right, the live reporting and data collection and the power that that'll give myself, my peers, and our communities as we continue to learn about the best ways to improve our air quality. I support Kinder Morgan Terminal being included in this rule. Again, knowledge on emissions and action plans on how these things are going to be addressed and how they're actually being addressed is critical for the well-being, not just of our air and what we're breathing in, but also our mental health. This takes a toll on all aspects of our bodies, including our mental well-being. And so I'm also, with that, advocating for more transparency within this rule as well, if possible, or with future exemptions. It was named in the report, the short report, around some exemptions on what is considered small terminals. And there's no such thing as small emissions. That accumulates and it's cumulative in our neighborhoods. And so I really push and advocate for more transparency to prevent future exceptions that really prevent transparency and collaboration. And so that's my comment. I hope you're able to pass it and provide some solutions as well moving forward.
Thank you, Cindy. Our next speaker is Laura Cortez, and after Laura completes her testimony, we're cutting off public comment. Go ahead. Byron Chan. Byron, you're next. When you finish your comments, we're cutting off public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Byron Chan, and I'm an attorney at Earth Justice. I want to start by thanking staff for their hard work on the rules. The rules address critical deficiencies in the Air District's current air monitoring program. However, I want to urge the governing board to remove the exemption for certain terminals that staff mentioned. And while staff claims that emissions from the exempted facilities are small, those emissions add to the burden in already overburdened communities. And in that setting, the Air District should really aggressively push for comprehensive monitoring requirements rather than exemptions. Also on the exemption, it's not just focused on the 3 terminals that staff mentioned. Instead, it's a blanket exemption. So the number of terminals that claim that exemption could increase in the future. And that situation leaves community members in the dark about the extent and impact of the exemption that ultimately undermines the effectiveness of the rules and the transparency that we're all trying to achieve here. So I want to urge the governing board to remove the exemption and to ultimately adopt rules 1180 and 1180.1. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Byron. Public comment is now cut off. Got 2 more speakers with hands raised. Ramin Cromarty. Ramin, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, AQMD Governing Board. My name is Ramin Cromartie, and I'm with the Western States Petroleum Association. We wanted to take time and thank staff for their time and effort on this rule. We've been engaging with staff throughout this process, having meetings, submitting comment letters, and we appreciate staff working through questions on definitions, as well as providing clarification and additional guidance for the rule. Thank you to the AQMD staff for their efforts.
I mean, thank you. Thanks for working with us. Next and last speaker on public comment on this item is Laura Cortez. Laura, go ahead, please.
Hi, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, just so y'all know, y'all called me, lowered my hand, but did not unmute me the last time. That's why I wasn't able to participate. So just if folks can be more careful about that, because this is public participation that folks are waiting for a long time. Anywho, I know I'm cutting into my 2 minutes. So good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a long day. My name is Laura. I live on Tongva lands of Southeast Los Angeles, specifically in the city of Bell Gardens. I'm a member and a team member at Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. I wanted to express my support for this item for 1180, for this item 14, to make sure that refineries have ongoing fence line monitoring. And the reason why this is specifically important to me is because I run on the Rio Hondo riverbed every day. The Rio Hondo riverbed runs alongside the Southgate refinery, which was not included in the last iteration, but will be included when this rule passes today. This is really important to me because this is how me and my community connect with earth and water relatives. This is how we connect to each other and get to meet each other and catch up on our lives. So it's important to protect the health of earth and water that are right next to these refineries and public health. Again, so that's why I want to support this rule. I appreciate the staff making the recommendations that they have, specifically thinking of recommendation, the third one, where people are talking about like not measuring metals. Like I run there, I breathe that. So it is really important to measure metals. It is really important to measure all of the toxics that we can. And so I really appreciate the staff's efforts on that. Lastly, I also want to know our concern on the exemptions to the 3 tank terminals due to quote unquote low emissions, because low emissions are only low until they're not. And so I encourage this board to also move forward with public transparency on monitoring those 3 tank terminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we have 4 board members who've asked to speak. I'm going to start with Board Member Krakow.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm very supportive of this rule. Just want to thank our staff and our rule writing team, Mike and Heather and everybody so much. All the effort you've put into not just this, but it's just meeting after meeting. The sterilizer rule, 1405, the tank rule, 1178, very difficult issues, working with all the stakeholders, generally to bring us consensus rules. I mean, again, this is another opportunity to demonstrate how this agency can work with all stakeholders, including industry, on very difficult issues. And I think it's a great illustration of how we can carry out our work in 2024 and beyond. So hats off to staff on this one and just the overall approach. I also want to thank the stakeholders and particularly the Stationary Source Committee. Mayor McCowan, working with the stakeholders. There was a lot of feedback on this, even through December, came in a little bit late. And I know Larry was there to field all those calls, working with our staff, working with the stakeholders to have to comply with this thing. And it ain't going to be easy to make sure that they can comply with our rules. And they feel comfortable that they can. Staff feels comfortable. And I think Stationary Source and Larry get a lot of credit for this, as you've done on all these different issues over the last 6 months. Just thank you very, very much. You have to draw the line somewhere on these things, on all rules. Kinder Morgan and Tesoro are on one side of it. These 3 smaller facilities are on the other side. I'm comfortable with that, and that's what we have to do in regulations, is draw a line somewhere. And I think we've done it here appropriately. We did get a letter here from Tesoro Marathon, a 10-pager today. Again, I would have liked to hear from them earlier. It's very hard to assimilate this the day of, and I know that WISPA and PBF and others have come to us, and we really were able to work with them. Kinder Morgan did come in a little bit sooner as well. Bay and legal staff on the applicability and scope issue, on the direct versus indirect issue. Is there anything you want to add to the record on this in response to the Tesoro and what we've heard from Kinder Morgan today?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Krakoff. Just with respect to the issues raised by the recent letter from Tesoro, I think the only new issue, you mentioned the direct versus indirect support of refineries. We do have the authority to regulate stationary sources, which includes tank terminals, and as long as there is a rational basis for determining that the facility should be regulated, which is that it does receive and or transfer product from the local refineries, then it is our opinion that it withstands any legal challenge.
Okay. Board Member Padilla-Campos.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank the staff. I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're adding the related facilities. My concern, as we heard from community members, is the transparency. I know there was also a letter submitted by the Attorney General speaking about their concern over the blanket exception and this possibility of a case-by-case evaluation on each facility. I don't know if you all received it or have considered it, so if you have something to say about that. But if we're not going to remove the exemption, I would ask that, we really focus on the transparency for community, and that the department lets us know who is applying and who is getting these exemptions, maybe even coming to the stationary source and reporting on that. And so I don't know if we can add that to the motion or how that would work, but I think it's very important that community at least is informed of who is getting these exemptions and why or why not, or why they got it or why they didn't get it. Oh man, I forgot my last thought. It's been a long day. But yeah, maybe I can stop there and I can get the department's response to the Attorney General's letter and also this possibility of reporting to us at stationary source with the exceptions. Either quarterly or whatever you think reasonably. I don't know what the best sort of schedule for that would be.
Yes, thank you for the inquiry. So just by way of fact, we actually did list out all the facilities and by name and location in an earlier working group meeting. I want to say it was like August or something like that. But we were still in our developmental thinking about like how much impact those facilities actually has. As Heather noted, they're really just very, very low, 1 or 2, pounds a day. We're talking about these facilities. They are surrounded by monitoring, et cetera. They do report that to us annually on an annual basis. So we can find ways of continue tracking them. But at this point in time, again, we just don't think it's warranted to spend, the millions of dollars potentially, for monitoring at those types of facilities. The other thing too is we have the option, of course, of revisiting the rule, right? If we find that this is in the future, as Byron had noted, to be a problem, it'd be something, let's say, people are, trying to use a loophole or whatever, we can always go back and revisit and address the issue.
But what would trigger that? Complaints, or for you to go back and evaluate? Maybe somebody did get the exemption and then all of a sudden their operations increases. But am I really off
No, I'm
here?
trying to think of the most appropriate way. And part of the operations that we look at are obviously enforcement of our existing rules and requirements.
Mhm.
And so we do have inspectors that routinely are at refineries and related facilities. So I'm trying to think of a way that we might be able to provide some additional information or some reporting. I'm sensitive to your request for transparency and also thinking how we could accomplish that, because the information is always available. It's just making sure that we can address that. And what I'd like to do is for us to consider that and then to come back to Stationary Source Committee with some ideas and try to work something through that way. But in the meantime, I think that the information we have is available, and if requested, we can certainly provide it in response to a request.
I understand that it is available by request, but again, I hear a lot of, meetings and listening always with industry, but then we don't give the same respect or time to community. And why are we putting the onerous effort by the community to find this information, request this information, wait for it? Why are we not freely offering it whenever you think is appropriate and in a digestible way during Stationary Source Committee? That I don't think I'm asking for very much. And it could be a list of these 3 businesses applied, 2 of them got it, 1 of them didn't. This is why he did or didn't. That's sort of something
She's
basic.
just looking for the folks who applied for an exemption.
Yes.
Yeah, we can post that online.
It can it be?
We can.
Can it be brought up to Stationary Source and a periodic?
The 3
just-
facilities?
No,
I'm sorry.
be reported during Stationary Source and some, not just online. Yes, thank you.
We can certainly bring it up to the committee. Any application for exemptions, things like that that you're asking for, yes.
Okay, I would really appreciate that. Thank
Sure.
you.
Sure.
Yeah, that was it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Solache, I know you're,
Yeah, just quickly, and since of time, I want to just echo Gideon's comments to this matter so we could just kind of get that part of my comments done. 2, this is an example where I was alluding to earlier in my comments about timing. Again, we're not going to delay this anymore. We've done a couple of months of work on this rule. But again, just as a feedback, if we could avoid any major rule in January moving forward, we could all just enjoy our December because it was just hectic as you all try to get your work done with different folks. But again, getting to this point was important. But again, just wanted to highlight the January moment here. And lastly, just from the angle of responding, can get a little more information on just from the angle of public, what Carson facility is in my district. So I want to make sure that question was addressed on why the question. If we could just briefly summarize what a response to their question regarding public comment on the Carson facility, if we can. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you
They made a
summarize?
point. They just made a point of why they were being, why are they being affected essentially?
Are you talking about Kinder Morgan?
Yes, sorry, the Carson facility.
Okay, with regards to Kinder Morgan, staff can identify the constituents or the components that go through the facility, the rationale behind the rule in terms of who it applies to and not, the location of the facility, as you said, next to the refinery itself. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, that facility is a large tank terminal that does receive product from the petroleum refineries. We did want to address indirect as well as direct to address a loophole that they could just take product and put it through different terminals on the way to that final location. So that's why we looked at indirect as well as direct. But they're a very large tank terminal that does a lot of operations with the petroleum refineries.
Okay, thank you.
The storage capacity is like 5 million barrels at that facility.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Larry appreciates that January comment. He was hanging Christmas ornaments on one hand and was fielding phone calls on this rule on the other.
just a reminder, that was there was a lawsuit deadline on that one, so I want to be sensitive to staff, probably wanted to delay it too. But Mayor McKellen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank staff for their hard work on this rule and addressing items that I brought forward to you, and also working to make this rule something that can be implemented. And I know it's a rule that not everyone is happy with. That may indicate that it's a good rule. So I know everyone's not happy, but I think it's a rule that is effective and will be able to be implemented by industry and will provide the information that the public needs, and everyone will be happy, I hope, at some point. So Based on that, I will move that we approve this rule as written.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. I don't see any other comments to speak, so roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lock Dawson is absent. Supervisor Joe is absent. Supervisor Hagman is absent. Board Member Krakoff.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Board Member Padilla Campos.
Yes.
Supervisor Perez.
Aye.
Councilmember Rahman is absent. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Solache.
Yes.
Vice Chair Caciotti.
Yes.
And Chair Delgado.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0, 4 absent.
All right, thank you, everybody. I know it was a long meeting. Hopefully you get to enjoy the afternoon.
Oh, that's it? I thought we had public comments too.
All right, brutal.
Way to wrap it up.